Hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, catch us live at twitch.tv/TalkSmile2. And if you are watching on YouTube and you'd like to see, maybe leave a like, maybe leave a comment, maybe subscribe. And don't see, feel free to leave a dislike, and tell me why. Either way, hope you have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Alright, let me go check sound real quick. Alright, be good. Still got a bit of cough, but it sounds bad. Yeah. I'm trying not to sing, I'm gonna be honest. Or like come along, rather. Music. Oh, that's bad. Alright, last time we did, for the most part, finish our storage room. It looks pretty good. I do need to finish putting things away, so I think I'm gonna start by doing that. I'll readjust things as I go along. It's also a good way to familiarize myself with the, my storage system a little better. I don't know what I'm gonna do with these. We'll see. I have to think. Oh, hello, Emma. How are you? Hello, hello, hello. This is armor. The tool/weapon. I'm just getting putting some things away. As you can see, we do have this finally done. I'm doing okay. I've still got a cough. Gotta be careful. I think this is food stuff, so it goes in the kitchen. It's not like fruit or veg. We're out of here. You're doing okay. Now that I think about it, I thought I had more. I'm glad to hear that. That is good to hear. Yeah. Okay, so I'm keeping them in here. That is empty. This has some items. I'm gonna say monster item, monster item. Just have to think through what I've got for each thing, what it goes to. Okay, we can't carry more right now. So monster items go over here. Where would I put this? I feel like I should put it with these things. And this was gear, gear, and gear. And semi-unique item. Heyo, dragon, yes. I was just trying to get things kind of put away. Well, can you not hear me still coughing? It was still kind of bad it was worse last night, and I just kind of was trying to give it a day. That's all. But I was already feeling bad, and I was coughing, and it just was like, I have to take a day, otherwise it's gonna just be... It'll either be a day or a week kind of thing, right? So that was my decision. Alright. But yeah, I cannot see. I'm going to guess the buttons I'm clicking because of you, mister. I got myself some Breathe Easy next to me. Got my worst cause of my coughing standing right in front of me. He just doesn't understand. Because he's like... Well... He's a cat. To be clear, it's not like he's, how do I put it? It's not that he's a cat that's the problem. He's gotten into something. And I don't know what it is. But unfortunately, that's what seems to have set me off. And so now... Yeah. Because it's just asthma. A little bit of allergies, but 90% of it is asthma. So we just gotta be careful. Right, buddy? Put that in there, I think. I think I have one... I can't see you. In here as well. Anyway, I was just trying to kind of start by getting things a little bit more organized. So I was like, you know, I have a lot of things I have sitting in here that I kind of should probably organize. I think I'm going to count this and here, because this doesn't actually have one yet. And then we have daisies. And where all these go. Alright. Another potion. Yeah, I believe it. See, it's not the asthma itself that's necessarily bad. I'll do that in a second. Let me finish what I'm doing. Alright, but then yes, we can do that. Organization is important. The only time I'm really gonna do this, but it's just because I'm right here. Alright. So, where do you want to go? Dragon. I need to organize. So I can do things. No. There's not really much in that way. We've been to every shiny thing. Or do you want me to go back to the one place? I can even figure out where it is. Would you like me to go get more gold, I guess, maybe, for one of these? Would you like me to go to the... Okay. Alright, let's pick this one. Oh, there's a village over here. Interesting. Not here. Let's go look at the different ones and just see what there are. If you see... Because I'm just figuring you'll want one of these that is gold. But if you see anyone that you want me to go to, particular... Let's do that one. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna say this one, because I don't think I've been too much to this one. At least into this area. I think I've been around it. Let's go here. Alright. Here, this'll do. They do, but I have to find a mine shaft. And I have 10 minutes. Luckily, there's plenty of gold typically along the surface, and I don't think I've done too much in this one. Although, I guess that could be... Oh no, those are just buffalo. That's bad, bison. There they are. So unless I got super unlucky, I should find gold around. But just in case, I did pick these guys because I can just kill them really fast. Come here. Ow. Uh-oh. I just realized I don't think I have food. But they'll have food. I don't know. Honestly. Please be something good. We got some apples to eat. And we got some iron and gold for you there, dragon, at least. So there's something. Yeah, I know there's a villager in there, but I can't really help the villager. I'm not really sure, though. I think it might actually be like having a hyphen in between or something like that. I don't remember because I'm tired, I'm screaming, and I'm coughing. Why do I get so unlucky with... It's bad lunch straight up. There should be gold here. Eroded Badlands. Still should be gold here. Although maybe I'm too high up. Well, I see some gold. Shall I go down? Ooh, there's so many mobs here. Technically, I'm in a different biome, but I think it works for this because it's all gold from the because it was just about the gold, not the mesa. Right? Fair enough. Yeah, as long as I'm here, I should probably also grab more. And if I see any iron, I should probably grab that as well, because... But the real answer is we're here for gold, so I'm trying to get the gold. Exactly. We're here for Chinese. Okay, breathing. Putting iron down here real quick. No, just gold. Just fine, because we're here for gold. Ooh, there's an airspace. Oh, nice stuff. Alright, hello again, buddy. Well, we can't say I didn't get the gold. Now can we? Here, I'm gonna go sleep. There's some gold over there that's easy to grab. I'll grab that. I do, yes. I do agree that copper and iron count as shinies. In that sense. I just more meant that you sent me specifically more around the gold rather than the copper. You know what? Let's just make my life easier. I was just trying to gather the gold. Here, I'll go look for more gold. There's a spot there. Yeah, I know I could have gone to the other spot, but that would require more focus. I was just trying to kind of quickly clear it out. Oh, there's some iron. I mean, it's not that I need a whole lot, but I mean, I've kind of gone through a whole lot of iron to... Alright. Yeah, that's how it goes. I love the summer. I figure like this. This is not even the height of summer. Like I said, it's still basically spring. For another month. Gotta love it. That's life. Oh, I know. I'm Florida. Like, I get it. I do. Nope, stop. Alright, I'll grab one last little bit of gold for you, Dragon, but then I gotta go. Alright. Or not. I can't get down. Well, I would imagine, much like Florida weather, you can, in fact, fry an egg on the pavement when it gets warm enough. Because that's just how it goes. Yep, there you go. Yeah, I just said it, didn't I? True. That is true. Because you learn pretty quickly it's not the heat, it's the humidity, really. There's a reason to the saying. You will learn that. Agony. I think I have... yeah. Yep. I believe it. Morva, it sounds like it's not a lot for some things, and then it's like, no, it really is a lot more. Well, I suppose I'm back to organizing for a minute. Alright, I'd say... Don't count that as armor. It's more armor like than not, right? How to use. It can be made into ladders. It can be cooked into bone broth. You know, we'll say it can be multi-use. This can just go out here. I'll probably move it elsewhere later, but you know. I guess blue. You know what? We'll make this cold blocks for now. I probably will change it later, but I don't want that. There. We'll call it unique because I don't need it. Or want it, really. Rocks. Alright, let's food. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that in there for now. Yeah, that's what my mom would say. Yeah, it's a unique item, right? Alright, where do we think paper would go? Do we think paper would go here? Because then that way, that's like right below. Alright, Alright. Alright, so we have seeds. This is a bone item. This is skulk. I think this goes downstairs. Boo. Alright, you know what? Workstations can go in here. That'll make life easier. And we've got a water bucket to go... Probably get emptied out somewhere. But that makes that one empty to be able to be filled with our stuff here. When we have stuff. And then this one... I think I counted bricks. Yeah, but I think I actually want to count them over here instead because they're bricks. I gotta figure out where everything goes eventually. We'll count this as valuable items. Alright, to be honest, these are kind of trash. They don't really work as a lamp. Yeah, the dogs can have some. And even the dogs can have them. Wait, they do turn on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Dogs can still have them. I did somewhat recognize it. That's something I feel like I've heard, probably. Just not sure where. Though, to be fair, I'm not as into the, pop genre, I guess. But I feel like I do recognize it. I just don't remember from what. You'd have to remind me. Like, the name of it was. 'Cause it's been a while. Like, title of the song, I mean. That was the thing. I don't know. You know what, this can go in here because I don't think I'll need it for anything else. Yeah, I probably have heard it, but I wouldn't necessarily remember. I think I did. It should be up there, technically. No guarantee that it's, like, visible to anyone, though. Because you know how YouTube is. I count it as brains. I counted it as vegetables. Hello, Casey Grimmarts. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Alright. Very fancy. I have a question. Do we count... I kind of want to count it as... Even though it's not from monsters, obviously. I have a plant source, but I'm going to put it here for now. I'll probably move it later. I just need a place to remember where I put things. Cool. Like I said, I can't guarantee, because it's like the last time I had checked it was still there, but... YouTube do be crazy. And I can never completely guarantee where there's a cat. Something's gonna end up. Or rather, if it's gonna still be there later. So that's what I will say. But I did try to make sure things go up VOD-wise. As I had said before, the only reason I wouldn't be able to guarantee was just because I wasn't even sure. Because, like, I don't mind that kind of video getting claimed necessarily, although it is annoying. I'm still singing in it, but... That's my voice. But at the same time, I kind of just feel like... I do kind of get it. It's not like it's my song. But it gets more annoying when... Well, for me, being claimed isn't that bad necessarily because I don't make money off them anyway. My issue is more when it decides to go get region blocked. And I'm like, why? Especially when there's nothing I can figure. And I kind of just have to leave it there because I don't really want to give YouTube my information until I, you know, would actually be getting something out of it. And, you know. Fair enough. I don't meet the qualifications, so... It's right now just a place to post VODs. But, yeah. But for me, I'm just kind of like, I mean, I'm not going to make money off it anyway, even if I was to manage to get it on. And honestly, ironically, YouTube seems to push those videos more because they still put ads on them. You know? And, you know, because the other people want their money, then they're more likely to push it so that there will be money to hand over. So I have used that to my advantage. It's just the region lock is annoying because it's like... And then it's just being blocked from being seen, which is like, I don't want that. Especially because it's just more annoying overall. And I think the biggest thing for me is... It's just like... I don't know. I still try to do copyright free music and stuff, obviously. That's why I do this artist. I love the artist, Ugo Riley. But yeah. I think the most annoying thing... So, I was using a service for a while called Pretzel. I don't now. But the biggest thing was, so I would get claimed every now and then, and a lot of the times it'd be a bogus claim. But it, and I could even tell that they were bogus claims. The irony was for some of the claims, they weren't bogus, as it turned out later, I found out. And in all honesty, it was quite irritating because the thing was, I actually put these things in here. But basically, Pretzel was partially doing is they weren't actually vetting the music to make sure that all the music was definitively up to board. So you had where there was songs on there that they had marked as YouTube safe and all that aren't under there. Not only are they like not under like the Pretzel banner, right? But they're under other people, like other copyright free or other not copyright free, but you know. Other music services stuff that are specifically guaranteeing that this music is being protected, kind of thing. Not only protected, but that it's like this, you gotta go through them. So not only was it that, it's like effectively the equivalent of everybody was getting scammed. And I mean, at first it wasn't like that. At first it was okay, but it just kind of got worse and worse as it went along. Oh, that's horrible. That's even worse than that. In my case, it was just, it's like, but it basically it would have been that kind of thing, where they would have then been claiming that music. That's where it kind of got annoying to use the service. And why I won't recommend it. Also, they would just not let you. They tried to prevent the Edge from being able to cancel. You know. Gotta love that, but no. It just was... It's like, overall, I wasn't even, like, that upset. It's just... I'm realizing... And I mean, like I said, it was annoying, but it was like, whatever. But then it's like realizing, no, not only is it not YouTube safe, there's no way they could ever protect it. Nah, pretzel support. I don't even bother trying with YouTube, like I said. Because the first thing they want you to do is to hand over all your information, right? Which I wouldn't necessarily mind doing, but I really don't want to do that for free. And that's really how I look at it. It's just as a... I mean... So I just, like I said, I accept that videos get claimed. But nah. It just was annoying. I ended up finding this artist through Pretzel. I went and looked up their stuff and found out that what the rules and stuff were for just using it in general. So I was like, you know what? I'd rather just use their music. Because I liked the music. They didn't have all of the songs. And for me, I found a great new artist I really enjoy as well. Which is, like I said, Uka Riley. So it wasn't a complete loss. It just was super annoying to make that realization as I was going through. And all that. But that's why I cannot recommend that service really at all, because it's just like... After a certain point, it's just... Well, you know. Alright, I think that's the last item. Yeah. I'm very sorry to hear your own music got claimed. But yeah, there's a lot of scammers on YouTube, and YouTube knows it too. And that's the most disturbing part of the whole thing, I think. You can go in and see and be like, okay, but this clearly doesn't match the song. Slash whatever, right? It's also why I stopped using Minecraft's actual music. Yeah. And that's the problem, like, you have to know that kind of stuff. Because YouTube doesn't care, because they get a cut of the money. So they actually, it actually is a system that encourages you to do that. Because the accusers get to get off scot-free. Whereas the person who's had their stuff stolen has a high chance of not getting it back. For me, I'm just kind of left with the more I've seen with it, the more it's just like... I would say we need an alternative, but realistically speaking, do that would require people to actually, you know, stick to something. So it's like you're just stuck with what you got. It's very unfortunate. I know I have... One of these has... Somewhere where I bet some rocks somewhere. Nope. I really thought it was one of these. Maybe I counted as something. Oh, it's up here. I'm blind. I don't know. I mean, the real answer is they just need to get sued by someone who has the money to do it. Because the real answer is that there should be things in place that just aren't. And in all honesty, it'll just take one lawsuit really to probably help fix a lot of the issues. Because it's not really legal what they're doing. It'll just take someone who's determined enough, realistically speaking. Like I said, that's where it's gonna end up. The real answer is some lawyer that is, you know, decides that they're gonna be the one kind of thing. It's probably gonna be what's gonna be required. Get together like a class action lawsuit. Overall, it wouldn't be great. Like, you wouldn't make a lot of money off it. But the end results would be potentially more important. It'll happen eventually, probably. Realistically speaking, what'll probably happen is that... I mean... You know they've had to settle several times because they've almost been taken to the court. A good example was a couple of years ago with Shueisha. Google settled that one. If you look back, it didn't necessarily make it all the way to court. Yeah, it never helps. But they nearly got taken out, or rather, they nearly got taken to court there. I don't remember if they actually had made it to court before they managed to get settled or not. But remember, because Shueisha's own stuff was being stolen, or rather being copyright claimed, and it just was like, not them. And not only that, but people thought it was them. Because it looked similar. But it wasn't. It was out of Brazil, I think. Hello, Meadow. How are you? Well, what's gonna have to happen is that some other company that's not as easy to get to settle gets picked off enough. Sure. Sorry, I'm coughing. My asthma. I should probably go get a cough drop. I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'm gonna go get a quick cough drop, because I do need them. There we go. I've got one. I had them sitting in another room. It's just... yeah. Anyway. That's why I would say never on Order of the Sin. That's definitely impossible, because there's a decent chance. You just need someone annoyed enough. They messed with the wrong company, kind of thing. That'll happen. They'll just have to get, like, they'll just get brave enough again. That's actually not bad for a bow. YouTube. And the problem with copyright claims. That are definitively not legit. Yep. Now, I was just saying, they'll eventually have to rein it in. And it will most likely just be because it's just like they'll hit the scammers will hit the right person, or rather the wrong person, as far as Google's concerned, / YouTube. And that's all it'll take. It just has to be someone has to actually get hit. And of course, for their own stuff. I mean, I know that it's like, yeah, but I think there's a decent chance. The scammers have been getting pretty brave again. Lately, and, yeah. Yeah. I think that's the biggest irony. Is that YouTube, like... yeah. Just lets it happen. I'd argue, like, recently it's been bots, too, so, you know. Not like a human that knows where to stop. A bot doesn't. But yeah, I'd say there's something will probably get hit soon. At least that's the hope. No, it really hasn't in a long time, has it? You think they would learn. They really don't. Kind of ironic, really. If I'm being honest. Alright, I did this right? Yeah. You think they'd learn, but they don't. Honestly, the thing that to me I think is the most confusing out of the whole thing more than anything else is just like... you're more likely to lose out kind of thing. Why? And then I remembered YouTube, and I'm like, yeah, it's just not that smart. Alright. That should do it. I'm gonna turn these back actually so I can put them away. And you know what? And beyond that, I'm just gonna make a new one. I might as well. It's kind of getting annoying to have to run over there just for... fixing blocks. But that's kind of how I look at it. It's not that I think that it's definitive or anything, I'm just left with... It's happened before, it'll happen again. Because they're just... Yeah. You need a brain. Which they clearly don't. What do I do? Does this turn into anything? It turns into silt shingles. Really? Oh, it's silk. Okay. Kind of would like white. But I don't want to make that much soap, so we'll leave that. Very lovely, but no. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to get quartz. Yeah. We'll start with like 5, 6. Yeah, you. Anyway. Well, let's just move on from that depressing subject. Really, at the end of the day. Yeah, the groom. It really looks really weird when, you know. Yeah, so that creates a bit of a bottom that's more of a fancy bottom there. Ta-da. What do we got for stairs? I don't like these, but I can't get these yet. Really at all. I can technically, I guess. But to get them, I have to... mix that and that, and I don't have that right now. Maybe andesite. Like the shiny andesite? Limestone. Yeah. I mean, it's how it goes, right? Where were the limestone? Let me see if I can't find some limestone, actually. If I can. I mean, wouldn't limestone be best? There would be good too, but I think... just haven't looked around for limestone, but I do know I have some down here somewhere, probably. No, I've been here. Maybe I should go down and just pick a direction. I mean, like, oh. As I was about to say, I could go this way a little bit and just kind of clear out some andesite too. Oh, I don't really look at that. And obviously, as always, you guys can send me out to be clear. I just figured I'd come on down here a second, just kind of things down. I couldn't find anything. I'm pretty sure it's down on this layer. Oh, that's right. I should probably light things up as well. There. I do too. I don't mind what the cost would be. It'd be so nice. I mean, I think that's the biggest reason where it's like, when you see something, I really do go here. The more vanilla I have played, the more I just kind of am left with... and then modded. The more I played it modded, honestly, the more I'm left with. There's so many things that I really do think would make sense to add to the game. It's so weird that they don't, kind of thing. Yeah, I don't disagree. Fair enough. Fair enough, yeah. Well, that can be hard. I'm just saying it's more like... I think in a lot of ways... Especially as it's like... I've said it before, I'll say it again. I really do feel like, to some extent, the, it's... Oops. I didn't mean to fall, but I did. It's so weird, honestly. I think that's more where I go with it. How lacking the base game is on certain features at this point that just makes sense. A good example being something like a 3x3, something that can get 3x3 on hammering or just scooping up dirt or whatever. Because realistically speaking, there's a logic to it existing. So it's weirder that it doesn't exist. You know? And it feels strange too. It's like, I mean... Sure, you could argue in the game first, but at this point, like, if you're going down to -60... like... Fair enough. I think that's kind of where I end up feeling. I'm gonna let you guys talk there a second, and then it's just like, I don't know. Where's the spot I went to? Oh, it definitely could be this. Go down or go up? Oh, it's down. But yeah. Veteran C does seem somewhat more along those lines, I would agree. Oof. From what I have looked at in the past, I'll be honest. But I really do think I'm left with things like, it's like, okay, so they keep adding things and they kind of keep pushing for more and more grind, but they don't push for anything to help alleviate that grind if you want to stay within the confines and rules of what they feel are, you know, what you should be going for, right? I don't think they would feel as frustrating if there were things that were able to mitigate that. They make this whole thing on they don't want people to do farms and stuff, and yet the only thing that gets buffed and actually given a chance are the farms. It's honestly very weird. It's like, they say one thing, they do another. And here I am, I'm like, I don't want to have to make a bajillion farms to do anything. Because that feels weird. Fair enough. But for me, I kind of ended up going with the whole, it's just like, I'm kind of left with the ability to just mine to a wall is, well, it is very slow at this point. And like I said, it's something like I'm like trying to say, like, fair enough. I think my biggest thing with it is just how do I put it? Where is this? I am lost. In here. It's not there. I don't remember. But, like, I'm not asking for, like, the ability to do insane things where I've just been left with, I would just like to be able to scoop better. Because in reality, once you complete the game, or if you don't care about completing the game, every update seems to be more about either you complete the game or you're grinding. And I'm just left with, like, but why? And like, I get that multiplayer's a thing, but at the same time, it feels weird. It's like, I think the biggest thing is more just that whole, it's like, it doesn't feel like if you're playing a specific way, they really want you there. Which feels weird, because it's like, this is meant to be how they put it. This last time, they even said this, it's a sandbox game. So if I want to play the sandbox game in a specific way, why is it that I'm in the wrong? Because seriously, it feels weird. Yeah. It's like, the illusion of choice is what they really want. They want to look like, oh, but we let you do anything if you play Java only, because you can add mods. If you play Bedrock, you better pay for those mods. And my biggest thing to that is it's like they have effectively made it more and more difficult to be able to add mods if you wanted to just play on something else. Which I think is just the kind of thing that to me is like, yeah, no, they really and truly... But at the same time, this isn't where they're making their money, according to them. So... I don't know. Like, I would say, yeah, oh no, it must be Microsoft. But the fact is, Microsoft doesn't care. That's the biggest irony. They don't care about that, because they just care about making money. Which would mean that they would actually potentially have had better updates. Weirder, maybe not as fun, like, exciting overall, but, you know, keeping people buying and playing the game is far more important than... Rather than here, where it's like... They're adding sulfur caves for something that you most likely don't care about or want. But now your life is going to be significantly harder because of... Isn't that exciting? Isn't that fun? Because, you know, you're going to be basically just... Now you really can't cave to get diamonds, because diamonds are too overpowered. I mean, and that's the thing, like, everything that they do, like, if you stop and you start looking at what's also being affected and everything, the more I'm just kind of left with... I really do feel like they're operating with this, like, thought process of, like... Yep, fun is when they're on the guided tour, and you have to put up with it, yeah. If you don't like it, well, that's not their fault. In their mind. But I mean, I think that's kind of where I end up going, and it's like... I do think it is a survival game at the end of the day. More than a sandbox game, but they, you know, they don't add anything for that. I think that there's certain things that would make sense to add to make the game more interesting. They don't add that. At least not to the base game. Oh, they'll add it to, like, the spin-offs, but then they won't bring it to the base game because, well, but what if you don't play the spin-offs? Yeah. I think my biggest thing with Hytale that makes me like it better at this point is just... It feels more like a game that, you know, anybody could play. You can learn, you can start, you don't have to be... But it still has some understanding. And I would like it to keep its identity. While I'd love to have some way to make dirt, I would like it to be something that does take a minute to do. Because that's kind of what makes sense. It's like maybe you stick it in a compost bin, but that's how you get dirt instead of compost. I think there's a logic to something like that. Heck, water. I think we should, if you want like to have the renewable water, instead do something like a rain barrel so you can gather rain when it rains. That fits the atmosphere of Hytale. It does not fit the atmosphere of Minecraft, ironically. Not even before that point. The infinite water sources made more sense for that. Whereas, like, and I think that's the thing. Hytale already was that kind of game. Minecraft wants to turn into that kind of game and wants you to want that. Even though they aren't that. And that's really where I end up going with it. It's like, it's not that Hytale is better or worse, whatever, but it's that they have an understanding of what they are. And they don't try to pretend to be another type of game. And expect you to just want that. For your game. Like, they add where you have to explore for things, but they don't make it fun to explore. They make it annoying, difficult, and frustrating. They want you to go to a certain number of biomes, but do not ensure that the biomes are anywhere near your spawn. And expect you to just understand that, oh, well, your world doesn't have any snow. Or are there any, like, I don't know, whatever thing within the number of blocks you can play within? But that shouldn't matter. It's not even a committee. It feels like it's like, as I've said, I think that in a lot of ways modern Minecraft is the bad side of hiring modder. Because it feels like a bad mod. That just isn't expanded upon. They just add random things, but they don't add enough random things for it to feel worth it. But expect you to want that. Be okay and happy with this, slop you're given. Because, you're playing something different. Isn't that fun? And I think that's kind of where I really end up going. More than anything else, it just feels more like that. It's not really, like, I think Hytale has shown the good side of hiring modders. In which you find things they are introducing to the game that you want in the game, and you hire them. That makes sense. Minecraft seems to just hire modders and then have them do something else entirely. Not the thing that they made that you, in theory, wanted in the game. No. Some rando thing. Isn't connected to what you would have potentially wanted. It just feels weird. I'm just gonna give up. I don't remember where that is. I will go somewhere. I'll go a different way and look for things. But that's, I think, where I kind of end up feeling. It's not like I'm saying, like, that it has to be, like, one way or another. Yeah. But I think that really and truly is where I end up feeling more than anything else. It's just like, if someone is hired for a specific purpose, they should be doing that, not whatever random thing has been deemed whatever now. I have to figure out where my diamonds went, because I know there's somewhere. I'm just blind to them right now. Oh well. That's more where I kind of end up going. It's not that I think it's, like, good or bad or whatever. It's that I think it's, like... I really do think it's more along the lines of just... It doesn't feel like this was what they were here for. It doesn't feel like they're here to make the game better or worse or whatever. Feels like it's to be more of the same. And that if you don't like that... Well, too bad. Clearly this game isn't for you. And it's such a weird position to take. And that really and truly is where I end up going with it. Oh, you don't like making farms? Well, this game isn't for you. Oh, you do like making farms and stuff? This game isn't for you. Oh, you want to play the game in a different way than this? Well, then the game is not for you. That's just how it feels more and more. I mean... Like, I'm not asking for the game to be specifically for me, but at the same time I feel like I'd like to know who's supposed to play this game. Yeah. You want to play the game as intended? Well, then the game is not for you. It's weird. Like, I'm not asking. They have, like, some overpowered ability or anything or whatever. I'm just, at this point, going, but why? So... I don't know, I mean, maybe they have some explanation that would make sense, but... With this... Why isn't Electra considered overpowered? Why are villagers considered overpowered? Realistically speaking. They're the only way you're able to really interact with the game in a proper way, at the end of the day nowadays. Because so much of the game is surrounded by just so much, well, crap. Like, you should do this or do that or whatever, but never... Well, here's a straightforward kind of thing. Like, I think that's kind of where I end up going. They need to decide who's the game for. What do they really want in the game? They can't have it all. And I think it'll probably feel less lackluster. Less, just thrown here, like, here or there kind of thing. You know, you're given a nothingness of it all. Something. Anything. Oh yeah, no, I agree. Well, I've actually said before, what I honestly think, instead of having it be, you need to get villagers from all these different places, you should have the ability to make lecterns of different types of wood. I just did that to myself, it's fine. And those different lecterns would help you get different trades. So an acacia one would be, instead of having the savannah villager, it would be that you have an acacia lectern. If you have a mangrove one, it's the swamp or whatever. But this would make more sense because then you can have a world that you can, that maybe you can't find all of the biomes, because guess what? You have, at the very least, got the wandering trader. Beyond that, you could introduce the concept of a villager who could trade saplings. And wood or whatever, like a lumberjack. If you wanted. Or if they wanted. That way you can have those kinds of things, or have it where you can get that type of wood. If you really need it and you just can't get it any other way. It would keep it more balanced because of just the very nature of doing that kind of thing. But it wouldn't make it feel like you're being punished for basically picking, or basically the seed you're living in. Something you cannot choose. Whether you can choose, but like, you can't like guarantee of anything. It would be the only way to prevent you from having to pick specific seeds. For a certain, if you wanted the thing. And I really do think it's very strange that, that's not what's done. Because it doesn't feel like it makes sense. Hey, you could do it to some extent for anything else as well if you wanted to. But it'd be a nice way to kind of, if you want to introduce or rebalance. Or another way to handle it is to introduce furniture. But the way furniture works is that a villager needs a certain number of furniture items around the villager for the villager to want to be more willing to do certain types of trades. You want a higher tier trade like mending? Well, you better give that villager a very nice house. Whereas, well, that's the kind of things that I think of when I think of that kind of thing. Is I'm like, if it's about villagers being taken better care of, right? Oh yeah, it was over here, that's right. Or whatever. Yep. Because furniture makes sense to some extent to give to villagers. Sure, you could try to argue no, but it doesn't have to be a lot of fancy items. It doesn't have to feel elegant or expensive or whatever, what have you. Yeah. Other things I would say is if there's a pillager should not be able to spawn within a certain number of blocks of a villager. Straight up. I'm not gonna say that about zombies, but I think with pillagers, yeah. Here's my reasoning. I actually do have some reasoning to it. Hello. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the 40 bits. Mux 5850. And thank you. Yeah. But yes, thank you. I hope you have an awesome day as well. Yeah. I mean, this mod pack adds those. Yeah, hide and seek and you get items, exactly. I could go looking for him. I'm not too needing of the items, and I know I do have a decent idea as to where he probably is, but I'm here for something specific to search for. Thank you for the hydrate, Menzel. Yeah, I did it on the last world. It does give you an achievement in this. They did do that. And he basically just shows up. The way they've done it here, they just shows up in the mine shop, but I think realistically speaking, in a lot of ways, did I not go down the right one? I did not. But I mean, that's just one of the many things. Thank you for the sub, the gift sub. Too much. I'm still sorry, I don't know. But I think that's kind of where I more than anything have ended up going. Oh, there you are again. I have to find you again. See? And then you just can look here. That's the way the map works. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. But, I really, that's kind of where I end up. Lost my train of thought. Try to think. Honestly, one of the many things that they should just add to the game, let's be honest, there's that guy. Because, well, In theory, it should be. They've got all these mobs that they could do for nice, easy, just, you know, get an update that way. But they don't. Biomes, mobs, you have... But yeah, no, as far as, like, the... that's the kind of things I'm left with. I can understand zombies, but for pillagers have no other way to prevent their spawn. To me, that's why I think that they should just not be able to spawn near villages. That's what I was talking about. True. Or they could have it do something different. Realistically speaking, you can re-bring it back and have something more in line. You don't think it's gonna fit. But beyond that, as I was saying, because pillagers, like I said, they have no way of being preventable on spawn. Like, at least zombies, you can prevent a zombie from spawning by having lights. If you want to go there, you can prevent skeletons and all sorts of other things as well from spawning with light. The pillagers, they basically have a percentage less chance, like, or something like that, to somewhat. They probably won't spawn in a, village. But that doesn't mean that they are guaranteed not to. Because they have nothing that stops them. And that's where, to me, I end up going, I really wish there was something. That was thought about with that. It doesn't have to be special or fancy or unique or anything like that. It just needs to be, like, enough. Kind of thing. Wow. I think I'll keep these as these. Oh, that must have been, like, quite the, But yeah, I mean, that's more where I kind of end up going with that kind of thing. It's not that I'm saying, like, ooh, they that bad. But yeah, it's like, villagers, there's no way to prevent them from being hurt by pillagers. But there should be. Or there should be some way to be able to prevent pillagers in general. After all, just about anything else can be prevented. So why not? Why does it seem like the only item that cannot be prevented, or the only mob, is an illager? Or a pillager specifically. Because with the other illagers, you just don't go to a mansion and don't just start a raid. Otherwise, you're fine. That's why I feel like it's just, like, feels wrong. It looks like there's something down in here somewhere. Was it just a bat? Oh, there was more up here. No, it is just this. I did hear him. He's above me. There is an upstairs part. Okay. Come here. Hi. I have succeeded. Send me the bundle. Or was that a different one? Could be a different one. See, like all you gotta do is look for the thing. Or I forgot. It wasn't upstairs yet. I mean, it's not much of anything, but it is there. But yeah, no, I mean, it's things like that where to me I'm just left with there's things the game could use. Hello. Yeah, found you again. What you gonna do? Oh, you disappeared again. Oh, but because we've got this mini-map. I found him 3 times already, but I think I forgot or it was a different one. Yeah. And I could tell I didn't get it because... Or it's got like a time limit on it as well, probably. There we go. Hello. And yeah, it is 3 times. There we go. Now we get a pickaxe. Not a bad one. But quite literally the item that showed up, like, people saw. That was the item that it was supposedly have given. See, that's where I go, you can change it up. Well, that's why nobody voted for it, to be honest, because everyone was like, by the time I find that thing, I'm gonna be, like, already having diamonds. Why would I want iron? The problem is it was basically supposed to be, it wasn't the problem was that it wasn't supposed to be in the higher caves where you'd be more likely, you know, to get iron and stuff. But it's the down deep here where you're aiming for most likely diamonds. So that really was, I would argue, part of why it just didn't get picked. And there's another guy here. Are you the same one or are you a different one? I don't know. I don't care enough. Oh, he's chosen his location. He's ready. Hello! Oh, he's behind me. Hello! Hey, use another iron pickaxe, because that was the only guaranteed item. This actually isn't that bad. Got the mining. Add fortune to it and move. You do be good. But no, I mean, I think my biggest thing is I'm left with, like, for most of the things that they could use an update, they're never going to. Or if they do, it'll just be to nerf it. A good example of things. Hello, Mabra. How are you? It's been a while. I hope you've been well. Welcome to this mine shaft. I'm gonna sleep and go back upstairs, or, you know, I'll probably actually just wander around, try and see if I can't find. Yeah, let's go back down this one again. And just see if we clear out some of the crims that I found underneath that has anything good. AKA limestone, I guess. But how are you? I hope you're doing well. Sorry, I've got a bit of a cough. And I cannot hide it. I picked the wrong one, didn't I? glad to hear you're doing good. I'm doing okay. Like I said, I do have a bit of a cough. Other than that, I'm good. It's this. My asthma's decided to act up. Oh, how I love asthma. Totally not sarcasm. Nope, he's over here. Hello. Alright. I mean, I'm not actually after you, so, you know, you keep doing your thing, man. Well, I can hear him walking around. Which makes me go, I mean, so where's he gonna reappear? Is he in the cave? Hello! Yeah, I'm right here. Ooh. I was hoping I had some, Oh, I just heard him. I heard him in the cave somewhere. Did he just get back? He's right back there. Another pickaxe! What's on this one? Actually, that might be the best of them all. Wow, that's actually... If not for the fact that it's a, well, iron, it's actually quite good. Let's go see if there's anything I can use this. Kind of what I need, but on iron. But no, I mean, that's kind of where I really, I go with it. It's just like things I can see that could work well for an update. That feels like would make sense as updates. That's really where I end up going more often than not, and I'm just left with... I mean, that's the one thing they're just not gonna do, are they? Because that would be an obvious update. They're not gonna do the obvious, are they? And it feels like I'm just being silly, but it's just... I don't know. It is just such a minor thing. I mean... It's weird. At the end of the day, I think. As a choice. Like... Oh, well, hello. Treasure! But yeah. I need that. That's kind of where I'm at. It's just like, you don't have to... Is this one we need, or is it one that's just random? But, you know, we'll still keep anyway. I don't think I had it yet. Okay, it was just a random one. But, like, you gotta collect them all, right? But, yeah. I mean, that's really the answer, isn't it? You go in and you can go, that's the obvious thing, and they're just like, well, why would they do that? And it's just like, because there's a reason it's obvious. That's really how it feels. honestly. Playing the game. Just sad. Because it shouldn't. It really shouldn't. That's really where I'm at more often than not now. And it's just like, I want to get into the new updates. I really do. But there's nothing updates. But the fanciest thing they introduce is... And in all honesty, it says everything. Like, it's just... I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to just be negative, but I really do end up feeling like I do think that they're going to end up... There we are. Here we are. We found the stuff. The good stuff. I collect this as well, though. In the end, what's going to destroy them is going to be themselves. No, they don't. And I mean... It ironically is a very... The kind of update that was not a good update to do. Some of them are cute. Some of them are, frankly, hideous. They were not ready, clearly. And it just becomes a, but why did they make them then? That's fine. As I said, it's less like, it wasn't an update that was going to have, it was one that, well, very divisive, because it's people who prefer both, who would prefer the new, like you, or people who might prefer the original, because, well, you know, they like that. That's what they came in for. That's their desires, right? Yeah. And overall, for me, I just feel like it was very strange as a choice. More than anything else. I've said it before, I'll say it again. That they see the tail coming out, cute moms, all that. And it really did feel like they decided to try and compete over that, but they really didn't do a good job. And I don't think that was the update to do that. Heck, I don't think that this update that they're just about to have come out was the time to do that either. Because the reality is, it's not ready. It just feels more like they had nothing else. And I mean, that really is kind of where I end up feeling now. It's just like looking at it, it wasn't thought out enough to be a good update. You know, where are... Oh, well, that sounds like I gotta light this up, yeah. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. The problem is they're not ready, and then it's just like... It feels like they basically put everything off, and if it hadn't been for... Oh, that's sad. That could have been a good stuff, but then that guy just had to come in and ruin it. That's the problem with looter chests. If they weren't looted before they blow up, you don't get anything out of them. But it's fine. So now, I mean, that's really where I more go than anything. Is like... I think that as I don't know. I don't think their updates were ready at all. I don't think that they thought through their update. Not really. I'd rather think that way than think that, yeah, they basically did this whole update just to to screw over people who prefer to cave mine. Uh-oh. This looks like this is a little bit out of where I'm supposed to be. Well, not quite. Close, but not quite yet. And I mean, I don't think that's a good thing to really think. I really don't. And that's really where I am at this point, is this like... It feels more like updates are done around the idea of just... effectively kind of... I don't know. Just not being very... Alright, there is a Spuda. Yeah, I mean, for me, my biggest thing is I just am not... I don't feel a reason to... update. For this update. I'm really where I'm at. And ironically, I have been pushed more towards just modded and hightail with every update, rather than towards, like, whatever they're doing. And, like, I'm not saying that it has to be amazing. I don't think it has to be amazing. But I do think it should at least be... at least in part, thought out. It shouldn't make me less inclined to play the game. That's really where I end up going with it. I just don't think that it just should even be that hard. Because frankly speaking, I'm not that difficult to please. Weirdly enough. I know it seems like I am, probably. I'm really not. One of my favorite updates that they did was the dogs. My only complaint was that they should have just had it be part of the Tricky Trail update. Because it made both updates more lackluster than they would have been together, or there was one big update. So, you know, not as a negative towards it, but more as a... more complete in the execution of how it was rolled out. Fair enough. Honestly, if they were to roll out some form of just... I've said more than an update, I'd like a farm and food update. Realistically speaking. And no, I don't think it needs more buffs or anything. I really do just think food is lackluster in the game. Having some varieties of things you can eat. Or are there more varieties? So, you know, you can go further places and all that. Honestly, the biggest problem with living in a desert is not water, because they don't have it where there's no water. It's food. Eh. And they even had where they were going to introduce a prickly pear. Yeah, but that was one of the things that supposedly, in theory, should be introduced. Or updated. Well, there are many things that they suggested that was supposed to eventually come to the game. It feels weird that instead they basically just threw them away and were like, yeah, if we decide there's something to... But that's not what they said. I think that's my biggest thing as well. It's like the Birch update, but they never did. And then acted like it was, like, the fault of the people, you know, who simply believed them. It didn't happen. Like, oh, what? You thought that because we said we were gonna do this, that we were gonna do this? How crazy are you? It was just concept art. And it's like, that's why nobody believes you, dude. Or in you, either. Because something that is just such a simple thing. And I mean, that is, I would argue, one of the biggest things to it. Honestly. People, the first thing that got people upset wasn't some sort of like the end or whatever, or anything like that. It was the birch forest. And the concept of having nicer birch forest. That was the first thing that got people upset with Minecraft or Mojang. Well, I did get what I needed. And I think that's the thing that says everything. If it had been anything else, I wouldn't say that. But it was. Yeah. The concept that people interact made it clear, no, they did want that. And then they just basically, I think they would argue they did do it, though. Because, you know, they brought in the flowers and stuff. And yet... it really wasn't. The update they inferred. But they didn't correct the trees. No, I'm serious. I think that they count last year what they did as, look, they upgraded the birch forest. Or updated, rather. Look, we did it! Because they did the fireflies as well at that point. But not, you know, the fireflies that they had originally promised. People are just happy that fireflies were in the game. For all the things they showed? No, nothing like that. Just, you're supposed to like what they did do instead. Because isn't it better? And that's kind of more where I end up going. Down the whole... I don't think they're lazy. I don't. Probably. But I think they have a problem that they just don't want to solve. And that's not really conducive to the health of a game. Because, you know, they added little yellow and white wildflowers, and they added the fallen logs. So therefore, they technically added what they said they would do, except for they forgot the big one, which was making the trees taller. They didn't do that. But that's what I'd say. I bet you that's what they count it as. Yeah, and no mushroom either. Exactly. I'm saying... Now, I'm not saying that it was what they... I'm saying that's what I bet you they count it as, though. Like, yeah, we did it, see? Because I bet you that if people were to bring it up, they would point towards that and be like, see, no, we did it, we did it. Despite the fact that no one would normally count that way. But it's the same thing with the firefly. The firefly was supposed to, you know, actually glow. But does it do that? No. It just does a little particle effect. And I'm not saying it as a positive or negative thing to the firefly, to be clear. It's more to the point of similarity and how they handle these things. But no, the things that people were most excited about for it are not the things that they would have added in. Oh, I don't disagree. Notice, I didn't say that it was, like, a bad thing. I just said that they didn't do it. Much the same. I was using it as a point of similarity. Of not being the same. Not that it was a good or bad thing. No, if I wanted to say a good or bad thing kind of thing, it'd be more like, yeah, pointing at the glow squid and going, so... Shouldn't they... Or rather, the sniffer. Well, shouldn't they do more with the sniffer? I think that's more what I'd point towards. But it's been in the game for... years now. And yet, it still doesn't really do anything outside of what it did initially. Even though it really probably should. And I wouldn't necessarily say that if, for example... Let me think here. I wouldn't necessarily say that if it was anything that would make sense, you know? Like, yeah, that's just how that goes. But it's really not. And overall, it just feels weird. Or, again, that was metal. Right? That count as metal. Yeah, there it is. And, I mean, that's the real answer more than anything else. It's just... When you stop and you think about it, you're gonna start going more and more, but what about this? But what about that? What about, like, any of it? There's too many items that they haven't bothered to actually clean up and fix up. That they should know that they should do, but they just don't. The sniffer would be a great way to introduce a farm and food update, too. Because the sniffer could be introducing new types of plants. Long ago seen, but not now. Like tomatoes or lettuce kind of thing. To give you also, not really necessarily continuity. But to give it even a reason. Yeah. Beyond that. This is the whole I don't want to be dark kind of thing, but the fact is... Sniffers they don't have a use. Which is why they oftentimes kind of are, well, not even bothered to be interacted with after they were first introduced. And in all honesty, I don't think they would ever be interacted with if not for like when a builder needs or wants to use the flowers. But no one else needs it. There's other ways to get the other dyes. But frankly speaking, by the point that you have a sniffer, you have those others in a much larger supply. You don't need the sniffer. And it's not like... That's kind of where I end up going is more and more through, as I look through and I'm like, so what? And realistically, or rather, what realistically is something you can actually, you know, use. But to me, I think the best way to introduce the concept of a farm and food update would be to have the sniffer is able to now find different plants, or, you know, maybe different altitudes. The sniffer will do different things. Different biomes, different regions. Maybe the plains allows you to have more of those. Well, crops, plants. Whereas... like... I don't know, it's just how I think. But it'd just be a good way to introduce that kind of thing. Or maybe introduce a new treat. For sniffers that if they have... Yeah, that would have made sense too. I was gonna say, maybe if you could make a sniffer treat, maybe the sniffers could dig up other plants for a certain amount of time. And a little bit faster too. Like, if Sniffer has had Sniffer treat, Sniffer range is expanded by, or rather, plant range is expanded by like 5 items for 20 minutes, and speed is up by like 0.5% faster. It'd be a little thing. It wouldn't be fancy or anything, but it would be something. Sorry. Computer decided to be stupid. But yeah, I mean, it's a little thing. It's not fancy or it's like just anything. It'd just be a way to kind of handle it that rewards the player for, you know, doing something. I think that's the biggest thing. Nothing that they've introduced in the last, I would say, 2 years rewards the player in interacting with the game. Not really. in a real, meaningful way. Like, yeah, you can get a copper golem by doing all the things for the copper golem, but the copper golem, unless you're doing something very specific, is not gonna be very useful to you. So, yeah. Oh well, to you. You basically gained a chest type that you might not even ever use. Woo! Whereas... And it's like, and oh, you want the statue? Oh, well, you have to not interact with the game to get the statue version because you don't want to... You have to just let the guy slowly drain out. Is there a way to make it faster by interacting with the game? Nope, there's not. Just walk away and hope that it works out for you. That's really where I feel like it has gone. Yeah, that is also true. I was just using the most basic explanation kind of thing. I wasn't even trying to be like, when they do this and they do that, because I mean, yeah, they do. It's not hard to come up with bad things. It's not really done in a way to make you want them. Which is what's sad. Why introduce something that should be interesting to make you want to interact with it, and make it something that you're not going to want to interact with? More than, like, a small amount. And I mean, there's really no answer. And that's the part that's kind of sad. There should be an answer. It shouldn't just be, oh, well, you know. But I don't know. But I mean, that's really what it is. Things that are exciting or interesting become something that is kind of tossed out the window. Whereas things that it would be kind of dull or what's kind of pushed. And my real feeling is really just along the lines of just, I just wish it wasn't. I wish there was more thought to it. It feels like it should be something that is thought about. Sulfur caves are going to make it so that it's harder to find ores in caving. Overall. As far as I can tell. I haven't seen... I mean, people going, oh no, it's like I look and it's like you go into the caves, there's no fixing. It's still just literally basically cut down the number of ores you'll be able to find by like 50%, I would say. If you want to be nice, because it's not every cave biome technically, it's a 25% reduction probably with how prevalent they're going to be everywhere. Yep. Things that would have made sense to add to the game for such an update, they do the bare minimum. And I did see the mob that everyone was talking about, the blob, seems to have basically, there was another place that leaked the whole thing, and guess what? It's a Dungeons 2 mob. And it's like, yeah, so they're not gonna add it to the game. Because they don't care about anybody that actually wants to play the game. They only care about people who want to spend money on spin-offs. And as I said, I mean, it makes sense to be able to blame, like, or it feels like it should make sense to blame Microsoft for that kind of thing. And yet, nothing about it really fits Microsoft's MO. That's the sad, dark thing. Rather, for the way the spin-offs work, because you want people to buy the main game too, in theory, so you would have that be added to the main game, right? But they don't. Because they want you to buy the spin-offs. But that doesn't make sense. Rising tides raise all boats. Oh, I do agree, they don't help because they do nothing. But I really and truly do think that to some extent it's the whole, they gave them lots of money and have no expectations. They basically do it to be like, yeah, we have this awesome thing. The problem there is then that makes the devs not, well, makes it a lot more tempting to make things take longer so you can continue making more money. Rather than being lazy, it's being... it can make it tempting to be more, dummy. I'm not saying that I'm right, not you there. I'm just saying that is something that would be you could doing more on Microsoft. Or that would fit better. You know. You'll make more money if you just... I mean, heck, even the marketplace. I mean, realistically, I doubt... I'm sure that Microsoft had some connection to it. Well, you consider that it basically started with 4J, adding just DLCs, which I don't think is a bad thing. Having the company introduce a DLC, sure. It's a mod pack, but it's just the kind of thing where it's like, yeah, because you can't really get it another way. It's another thing to be like, okay, well now all these people who we're not really vetting or caring about or anything, we're technically vetting them. But they don't really have to be, the best thing to sell is a mod, is a skin pack. And that's what makes it, so ironic. And then it also makes it far less tempting to have things added to the game. Well, technically, I don't know if they can make a Minecraft. I mean, technically they've done that like 3 times. They tried to make Minecraft 2. They just aren't calling it Minecraft 2. So who knows what they're allowed to do and not to. But they've made DLCs in the past. Whether through themselves or through 4J. But I mean, what do you think Dungeons and Legends really were? You know? And that's why I think they want to try and push people to go get those instead. That's the real answer. Because, oh look, it's not Minecraft 2, it's Minecraft Dungeons. But it doesn't really make people want to buy it because it's not the same kind of game. But that's where I would think it potentially would be a sequel. Because, you know, it's that whole bad sequel that's got nothing to do with the original game. It makes you go, but why would I buy this? You look at it. It's the thing that would make the most sense, rather than that they just want to make money off, right? Instead, that they want to change what they're updating. Or rather, sorry, not that they're updating, that another team with a lot of their assistants is updating and making DLCs for. Well, ironically, what would have worked is if they had made another sandbox game. It doesn't have to be called Minecraft specifically. It doesn't have to be called Minecraft 2 at all. But then it just adds more to the game. It's got a proper, different base build and all that. Think about it. Bedrock is one of the most sold versions. It's not really Java, it's more Bedrock. Because everybody buys that Bedrock. Anyone can get Bedrock. Kind of thing is the, unless you're on an Apple computer. Yeah, and Minecraft Earth, it didn't get a chance to succeed. That was the biggest irony, is that COVID kind of hit, but instead of pivoting and trying to add something to make it more viable to do, what did they do? They just canceled it. It had been out for like less than a year. People had an interest in it. They just couldn't really go anywhere. To do anything with it. Fair enough. I never even got that. The other thing was that it kind of had to be like a constant computer or like internet access, I think. Which, realistically speaking, for a game that's about going out and around and about and all that, is not a good mix. The only reason Pokemon Go succeeded as it did was because it was Pokemon. And people could catch Pokemon. I mean, if it hadn't been that, that wouldn't have succeeded either. And then they realized, oh, people aren't going to be going outside as much right now. Well, you can do it from your house. A-okay and good. So they figured out a way to fix it themselves. But Minecraft didn't. They got rid of it. And that's kind of where I end up going. They make something, mess around with it for a little bit, and then abandon it. And that's how these updates all are. They make something, and like I said, this is why I say it's the bad side of modding, because, well, with an actual, less about the modders, more with the whole, well, I'm gonna assume at least you're working for a game studio. You have deadlines and expectations, right? You're not allowed to just say, well, I think it's done enough. When there's basically nothing there. There's expectation, there's just things you have to have and do when making a game. You have a schedule. Yeah, see? Deadlines, expectations, you're gonna have lists that you're going to be following. And stuff. You don't get to just say, well, I want to make this, even though it doesn't really make sense. This thing will be added now. But a modder would do something like that, because they can just add whatever they want. Not that they can't, not that they would do that in a company specifically, let me be clear. Yep. Well, that's part of their whole, why they try to argue. And I think that's fine, like, that side of it, yeah, of course that's gonna take more. Although at the same time, I do feel like for a game like Minecraft, they can just have a colorblind mode. Because they have all these other things in it there already, might as well just make that. Because people have different types of colorblindness and stuff. So ironically, with the way that they've handled it, oh, well, these people can now see it, but these people cannot see it. Because, you know, we don't care about them being colorblind. They're not important. In a different way, they're not the important ones. I think that's kind of where I go. It's just, I would say to go with that as well. Is I go back to over and over. Just I think part of it is just, yeah, they're gonna focus on those things, but at the same time, I don't think that should be the first focus for a game like this. Because if it is, you end up with a situation like the lantern, the copper lantern, that, yes, now they can technically see the difference if they're, red-green colorblind. I think that's what it was, right? But there's people who were turned around and were like, but they can't really see the difference between that and the blue one. The soul lantern, you can see, like, it becomes worse. Even. I think that's also, that's where it's like the focus and focusing on that. You're never going to have enough. And instead having a mode that's like, yep, if you need this, you have this. Would have worked better for that. But instead they basically go with the first option every time. Like, oh yeah, we'll just make it so that these people can see it and those people can't. Heck, string. They want to make string more visible. Why? Because, oh, people can't see it. Which was kind of the whole point of string. Was that for most part, for everybody, they were like, we can't really see it. So it's useful. But that's the kind of thing where I'm saying that's more along the lines of where I don't feel like that's a professional feeling. Yeah. You need resource packs to fix it. And that's the problem. It shouldn't be their first focus. It shouldn't be if that's their whole idea. It's like, but, and I really do go with this, a modder, from what I've seen, mods versus professional, right? Because you can add something, you might add something that normally people don't want. But if it's a mod, nobody really needs to worry about that. They just don't have to download that mod. Like, that was awkward. But with a base game, now everybody's stuck with it. Yep. They could have done that. They could have added a mode. They really should just add a mode. They finally added something to Bedrock with the whole, you would have everything disappearing if you got too close to it. So hopefully they'll be having enough backlash that people will just finally make them have to add a mode. Because that's the thing. It was not a positive thing, and it feels like they treat it that way because it's like, they can't. Again, they could have had a shearing mechanic. There's all kinds of things they could do, but they won't do. Why? Who knows? I don't know. You don't know? I don't think anybody can know. Because they're still... I don't know. It just feels wrong. At the end of the day. And that's a shame. There's all kinds of things they could have done. But instead they just go with, well, it's now everybody's problem. And that's really where I feel about it. I end up going... They could certainly add something like that, but is that the right answer? And more often than not, for myself, I kind of come up with the idea of the thought of no, it really shouldn't be. Hello, friend. Yes. Yeah, free iron, exactly. But I think they have the opportunity to collect or correct things and all that. To some extent. Well, correct isn't the right word, but to improve. But the problem is that to improve, they need to do things that they don't really want to do. And that just makes it less fun. At the end of the day. And it definitely feels more like that as it goes along. Mostly because they just don't have to. I don't know. As I've said, people can like the updates. I'm not gonna say that they have no right to like an update. Just because I don't. That's not how that works. Really and truly. I just feel like so much of it as it goes along has become less and less thought out. More than anything else. And overall, I think it's a shame. Because it really shouldn't be. It just shouldn't be that hard. Have something. Right, I need emeralds. So I'm gonna do something I realized I could do. I do need to empty my inventory first though, so let me do that. And it's something that makes me go yet again, man, I love modded Minecraft. Way more than vanilla. Ironically. Let's just activate that a second. And then... yeah. Let's go ahead and gather up some carrots for some emeralds. That's not... Maybe this is what needs to be. Yeah. Here we go. There we go. I need quartz. This is what I need, right? Yeah. There we go. Something I really would love. I mean, obviously this would be like probably considered too OP for the game, but it's like I think it'd be fun to have the ability to do something like this, yeah. Be like, yeah, I could just gather a whole bunch. I mean, yeah, we're getting close. Be just like a little fun little thing. Maybe make it something you have to go to the end of the game for, but like, why not have something that lets you have basically unlimited oatmeal? Once you've completed the game, something maybe you find in the end. And that is how I feel. More than anything else. Like, it's not me going, well... can't do that or whatever. It's just me going, I'd love the ability to do that. But I do think if they were to add it, they should make it an end-game object. Because I would also give an excuse to want to go to the end. Hello, Tomas. How are you? Oh yes, I figured something out at the end of last time. You. Alright, and then you, I need all of your finest quartz. Thank you. Luna is fine. Zebuna, he is asleep. I think he's asleep down the hall. Somewhere. Alright. I did pillar things, right? Yeah. But did I do them in here? Oh yeah, I totally did. Alright. So we'll have them be like a little balustrade kind of thing there. It'll be nice. Or not balustrade, a banister, I think. Tired. Alright, oh, did he redo? He did. Thank you. And so did you. I just figured it would look nicer that way. Feel more, in line. For now, we're going to there. And then we're just gonna kind of skip that for a moment. I'm gonna actually fill that up back there, I think. Well. It's not like you can see it anywhere, right? Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Should probably actually change this out. Oh, there is a dude in here. Oh, he cannot get me if I do this. You suck. There you go. Come after me? No? Well, I could shoot you with my Power 4 bow. Ta-da! I think you got stuck on that. Keep that. I just heard Buddha being naughty. I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing something. Oh, here he is. He's here to demand love. What kind of planks do we want? He's a cutie, but he's a goose. Hello, goose. He knows that I'm talking about him. He's like, what? Am I a goose? Yeah, no goose. Oh, baby. Eating hard. Yes, you dog. Alright, I think for the hall I actually want maple plank, but not the maple that I'm using. That's a different maple. I want the biomes we've gone maple. Yeah, you're getting hugs, aren't you? Yeah. Lots of hugs. I should probably pause after I'm doing this. Hugs. Woo! But this is what you like best, isn't it? My undivided attention. And lots of kisses. Honest. You done? I love you. You silly goosey cat. Yeah. But you know he won't actually meow. No, he won't. You know he won't meow. He'll just look at me like, what? Alright, I'm gonna get out our fancy this. Because I don't think I've actually collected. Alright, and then we're gonna head over that way. I think you're gonna have to sleep before I get to the sapling. For the wood we want. Alright. So now that Tomas is here, what do I think I get over there? I'm gonna be sent out. I'd rather be around. Alright, I'm just gonna wait till I can sleep. Anyway, Buna is done snuggling for a moment. He'll be right back. Once he cleans his tail, which I did not touch your tail. You goose. Alright, mahogany. Mahogany looks okay, but I want... That's the nature spirit one. Oh, what do you got? Eh. Up. There we go. Boom. Oh dear, this isn't gonna be good, is it? Drop at least one. Drop two. Alright, let's go refill the water and continue. Sorry, now I can't breathe because I have cat fur down my throat. Thanks, cat. Love you too. He is so confident in himself. He knows I could never tell him no. Alright, come on. It literally only gave me one back. Well. Oh, this isn't gonna go great. Perfect. This will be what we need. Yes? Yeah, that'll give us 5. It'd be funny if this would actually turn into multiple. I said funny? I guess, yeah. I meant, yep, that's exactly what it does. Okay. Oh. Well, I should have more than enough wood now. I mean, I didn't get back as much as I put in, but that's fine. I wasn't really trying to. We have our maple plank. Alright. Well, because of how much I grabbed, I don't even feel the need to, do the... Although, do we want to instead have that be basically a different room? Alright, do you think I want this to continue this way? Yeah. Like this. But I don't think I wanted to go that way, so I'm thinking I might, It's not the same kind of hall, is it? Yes. Alright. Perfect. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I might want to say... If I was to do this, and then to do... That is something different. I think that would be better. And then... Same here as well. That way that'll feel like a different base. Right? And then let's do this side as well. Like I said, I think I want to make this something different. I do think I want this to be more of the same here. Like that. So we come in there, but that side will be different. I guess I'll use more Hollywood there, probably. Oh, whoops. And then put that one there, and then I need one more, I think. Right? Well, 4 more, I guess. Well, hello, you who have come to harass me. Not really. To demand. Hello, Sniffy Face. Yes, I'm gonna call you Sniffy Face, because you are a Sniffy Face. Now, the question is, do we think Holly would go good here as well? Or do we think something else would be better here? I'm thinking... I want something else. But I don't know. Kind of like the idea of it being a log. Yeah, I see where you are. I see what you're doing. I see your goosiness. Help me choose. You can help me choose, buddy. Hold my hand. Yeah. I don't like this. What are you doing to me, human? I love you. I kind of like the firewood jungle log. I think that would look good. Or the flowering. Or the edge cut for the spruce. Or I think I'd have to make a thing. This would go cool too, wouldn't it? So if we did that and that, we won't be in that. Where's the normal and the other roof? That could be cool. I'm sorry, he's being naughty. I don't even know if you can hear it at the moment. Now that I think about it. He's messing with. You know better. There we go. We both know you know better. Yeah, you cannot fool me. Into thinking that you don't know better. Alright, we're gonna do one more. Yeah. Oh, those will break. What you doing, buddy? You don't know? Alright, so first things first, we need a carpentry table. I'm gonna guess that needs iron, and that's gonna need a, let's just grab a piece of iron. Alright, what do we need for this? That's not so bad. I mean, this is spruce. And this is dark cherry. So we start with... Oop. Izzy. Alright, so one plank. What are these? We'll just use these. Yep. Yep, we completed a quest. What do you know? Alright. And then what we want to do here is we just want to... pick a couple of those. We'll do a full 12. Split this in half. I want to do something different with it. Yeah, I don't think so. I think it'll be fine to just do it like this. We come to the end of the hull here, and the way we'll handle this is we're going to put one of these here, and one of these here. One of these here, and these here. That's darker than that. I don't like that. Lumpy it is. Yeah, I need these. I need them to be the chipped spruce wood. By the way, these I don't think turn into planks now. Yeah. They no longer work the way that they should. You'd have to turn them back to normal. So then that feels decent. And in all honesty, what I probably would do here, is I would probably want to do the opposite here, where we do this here, this here, this here, and this here. How's that look? Yeah, because then that feels like it's being supported from the middle. I'm gonna put things away. had any other spots for that. Alright, unless you could have... desire, I think I'm gonna kinda, sorta, just... yeah. Sorry, I need to put it through here. Return it back to normal. What? Oh, right. Alright. I'm gonna just do these. Fix this. With this, I kind of like this better. Yeah, you're not going anywhere. It feels more door-like. Put a light in there for now. Until we add the light. Actually, this one already had a light. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this in my put that there. Grab my poor dude here. And let him move in here. He's like, where's my stuff? Here. Meanwhile, while he's away... break bed. Hopefully that's no longer his bed. At my reset point, and I didn't mean to, because I don't want to come back here. Hello! Yeah, you. You're like, cute one. Why do you do this to me? And I'm like, because you're sitting on me. I did not introduce a desire for. You did, cat. Which he walks away. That way it feels more, and it'll be better once I've got everything else in, I think. Now the question's going to become, what do we want to do about the lights and everything? Everybody's... Alright. Honestly, what I really need to do... I should start feeling more along the lines of just kind of... Okay, so they both went to sleep, but you did not. Yeah, this is no longer your bed. Yes, yes. Figuring out which one's which is difficult. Now they have room again for a new baby villager, so I'm just gonna Yeah. Wait, are they just... Oh, this is long. I turned it off. Like that. Yeah. New baby villager. Woo! Realistically, I should probably just... then grab one of these. And... these. Give another villager a bed. Alright. But for right now, a baby villager cannot escape. I don't think. No, they can't totally escape. Fine. You can escape for the moment. Let me fix this. You can wander around for a second while I'm fixing it. I forgot. It needs to be here. Where'd he go? He managed to put himself back in there on his own. Well, that might be your bad. Or what might have been your bad, but it's not now. Now you can't go anywhere. Well, it wasn't his bad anyway, but... now he has a new home. We will eventually find out what what those traits are. Actually, no, maybe I should have, Alright. Next one as is. Alright. Whatever the floor is going to be here. Alright. So then we'll just have to decide what we want to have there. Alright, something that feels more in line for what we would put there, probably. Half been sat on. And he does not like, I mean, you know, using the keyboard that he's trying to sit on. Being said, Cat, you should just, I don't know. Anything else? Maybe Sugi. Well, I think Sugi would be better for the other path. Though, you know, I could just go ahead and wrap all the way around. I could look that way. That would mean I need yet another new tree. Alright. Well, I mean, it's fine. It's not like I'm being thrown off somewhere. So we can just keep going. Right? Yeah, I'm fine. I didn't say I'm not. Did I? Oh, that guy's still there. I don't care if you actually do something. To be clear, it's just being silly. I am being silly. I think it would be in here, because that's pine. Makes heavier regions unexplored, doesn't it? Give him this one then. gave myself all the saplings. Maybe is it a nature? That's her. So what does it look like so I can find it in here? Does hardly even need to sleep? I'll figure that out in a second. I am blind. That is what I am, probably. It's called sapling, right? Yeah. Yeah, it is nature's spirit, so it should be up here. Oh, there it is. That works for, I guess, what we need. Alright. Back to where it belongs. Alright, or does it literally go like this? Alright, I feel like I heard two. Nope. That's the one. Did the baby villager fall in? That's not good. How long have you got? You still got 400 seconds. Okay, we're good. We'll just... But it's less than 10 minutes. Did she even fall in? Actually, what am I doing here? So this should be a wall. Yeah, you can have that for the moment so I could save this guy. We're just gonna do that for now. Just to be sure he can't get out, you know? Or do something stupid. I'll have to figure out what the walls are gonna be, but... Okay. Wouldn't it feel nice? Alright, so we could do to here. The amount we have. I kind of want this to be a bright kind of yellowish color on this side. Or I'm gonna keep that kind of coloration. That might also be good. Have both sides have that ollie. It goes all the way back. The irony being, I don't know. This definitely doesn't go as far back as that, so eventually we can just kind of do stuff with that. Although I do kind of want to add stuff as well on this side. And there's this. Yep. That does make this side easier to tell what it is, or we're looking at here. Alright. Hello! Nice 67. Thank you for the first time chat. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I'm fine. I just got a cough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Always, good to get your education in. Again. As I said, I'm fine. Got a cough. No. I cannot do backflip. I mean, in my mind, yeah, I guess. I did at one point want to be a gymnast. So yeah, I do know the basics of it. I guess. In that sense, sure. Yep. There we go. Why? It's gotta be. But yeah, no, I knew, I know the basics at least. I'm not gonna. Claim that like I'd be perfect at everything. Actually, that's pretty good. Alright, to be clear, this was when I was a lot younger. Before I catastrophically broke my right arm. So that was 8. So, whatever. And before it was before that even, because I was, they were pretty sure I'd be too tall. Anyway, obviously, that did not happen. Alright. I do think I just kind of want this to go here. That way, it's got its own kind of to it. Anyway. Not terribly exciting. And well, maybe not that. Yes, and that. But maybe I do the holly there, and then that'll kind of, sort of, kind of. Ba, 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 ba. And then behind, we'll have it be like this. And then add the rest of it in. Another 4. I probably want another 7. Alright. I'll probably add some light to the top there so that it'll feel more in line when we have the ceiling. Or below. Maybe below. Be a little bit more, I mean, overall, it's kind of just coming together. But I'm thinking of doing back here. Actually, why am I doing it like that? Is... Alright, and then... Perfect. Let me put down a light while I quickly go and get what we need here. Ba, 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 ba. Alright, I'm trying to remember if rice can grow on the thing yet. Assume that it should be able to, right? Maybe not. Yes. I should just test it for what it can grow on. One of these. Not growing. Because there's like no light here right now. Alright. Now let's try this. Alright, get one of these here to replace. Yep, put the wood away for the moment. I'll probably want it back, but I don't need it right now. Alright, so the question is, does it grow on silk? So it feels like something that would, in theory, work. But it does not work in practice. That's fine. I wasn't expecting it to necessarily, but it's trying to figure out where I'm going. So yeah, I might just be doing dirt. Well, I have intentions here. Although, I suppose there's a way to handle this. So if we do this like this, we do these here. Right? I'm not gonna do all of these to start with. Alright, and we're just gonna put these back here for the moment. I'll be back. Alright, I just want to test something. I don't think so. But then the question becomes, what about... Because sometimes I don't think it will, but sometimes, you know, it does. Perfect. We're just gonna start 3 of these. Alright, I have plenty. Well, that actually already worked for me, didn't it? Yeah, that's what we're gonna do now. Is we're gonna take this out. And we have our cells. Once it's done growing, really looking relatively nice. I mean, it's the prettiest in the world, but it's not really meant to be. Alright, and then we just grab some of these. Alright, I'm not gonna bother with the... There is my thing. There. That should be all of them. Alright. So we just fill this up. We can put a wall there. Alright. Okay. I mean, I know eventually I want that because it's over here. Do I need that to go all the way? I don't think I do. go to here. Okay. By doing it like that, then it becomes a much easier to kind of clean up kind of mess. Okay. Hmm. You know what? Let's grab some more of these, and we can do more down this way, and more, but in a more separate kind of way. And then what we could do here, pull back. Oh, it is night. Is it meowing? They're meowing. Let's see. Alright, so what I'm thinking of doing. I've been game meowing. Yeah, this would make it a little different. While also following that kind of. We're gonna do here, they're gonna pick this up. Oh, looks like I can't do it that way. So we're gonna bring this in here. And yeah, we'll just... I guess do more of that. Actually, I only need 6. actually like the idea of using the maple for this. Big strong beam there. Got different texture to it a little bit. Okay. There. Then I just need a table. I think I want to do... I think these are all... Maybe the handcrafted will go. Ah, so you can put a sheet on it. I kind of like this. And that's cheap too. Well, it's not cheap, but it's cheap enough. Alright. I mean, it's just wood, so that's why it's cheap. So we put that like that. Then put these here, right? Comes to the edge here. Alright, Alright. Perfect. Go put the blocks away. Alright. Boom. I think I can put this down. Alright, at least 2 more. so we continue like that. We only have one left. Now what I would like to do... These in here a second. I actually kind of like the idea... So, because I do want to do something like this. Alright, and then we could put one here, right? And then do that, and then do that. I'll probably do the same thing on the other side. That's what we gathered. Alright, these, and then we just make these smooth. And yes, I do. When he sneezes, yes. When he has his little cute sneezes, yes, I do end up doing that. Alright, I need something for, maybe, you know what, I know what to do. I think this will look the best for a top. Let's just see. Yes. I don't like the idea of doing it all the way around too, because it'll just be a nice, simple... Oh, why do you sleep? There's definitely a zombie around here somewhere, probably above my head. I'll go back to that in a second. First, I'm gonna go find out what the dude does. And then we'll get that kind of done. I know you do things. Yeah, you'll trade for amethyst things. You trade for anything else? You'll... You know, I have a lot. I might try and see if I can't get one that is a bigger one if I like those. Also, let's see. Let's see what we can get. He really doesn't like me. Does he? You know, I'll take it. Having a place to get tinted glass is amazing. And then he'll sell me... Okay, that's not bad either. I just gotta wait for him to exhaust that. We'll just chuck those in there for the moment while he figures himself out. Alright, and there's a dude who'll sell me grapes that I don't have. So he's selling red jungle, white savannah. I think I have both. I'm sorry. Right? Yeah. Sorry. And of course he's selling jungle grape juice. Grass slab, so I don't really need it, so... Oh wait, I was coming up here for a specific purpose. That was just him. Here. I want these. I probably didn't need that many, but this is a good start. I don't know what to do. We do it like this. Alright. Yeah, this might be for the best. Okay. We have a match it in a nice way too, so it feels good. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do... Yeah, definitely not gonna have enough. I could totally bring this out. Have that be like that. Make it feel a little bit less, So I didn't have quite enough, but I had quite a bit to... Rather, I didn't have... I may have a little bit too much potentially, but hopefully by the end of it, it's not going to feel that way. Well, technically what I'd like to do here, I think, actually, it won't change the number I use. It'll just change the way they're here. That way it feels a little less out there. And then I kind of like the idea of yet again pulling it in here. I don't know what I want to do here, though. I guess for now we'll just do this. Alright. Hello, cat. And then they'll just kind of come to the side there. So we'll do that like that. We want to do it on this side as well. Probably want to do it differently here. Actually, I don't want to go. Okay. What we're going to do here is we're just going to chuck these in here instead. I'm about to have to sleep again. There we go. Let me sleep. Let me go grab a quick snack. Alright, let's sell the rest of these. Not you. You should have reset now. Not you. Yeah. I think I just chucked the, where did it go in my backpack? No, I just chucked. We'll just put these in here, go figure out where that went. Alright, what do you... You do candles now. Fancy. Alright, and how close are you as well to the next level up? It's not bad. I mean, it gives me a reason to go collect that. I only need like 6. I only really need 4, but we're gonna go ahead and do 6 just to be absolutely certain. Go away, just in case I have to come back for that. Yeah. So now that we've done that, now I just need the actual roof. What do we want to do now? We want to do some more of the same. I think I'm just going to continue with the look. Ripped. Da 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 da. There we go. I don't think there's capybaras in this. Sorry. Alright, does that look better or worse? I kinda don't like it. I was hoping it'd be fine, but I kinda, sorta, didn't like it. I don't know how else to put it. I'll put these back for now. I want something... I think I would do plank stone, maybe. Another thought in my head. No, okay, I kinda like that. First, if I was to just scroll over the planks, make them white or like gray or whatever, but I think I want to go with these. Alright, I should have birch saplings in here. So... Oh, I'm just out. Okay. Alright, let's just put these, I guess, in... Well, that's basically where I get them all. Also, I hear rain, so I should probably test to make sure it's not that kind of rain. Cool. Alright. Alright, grow too. That's fine. Alright, it says it's plank, right? Yeah. I'll probably need more than this, realistically speaking, but who knows? I'm gonna start with, 56, that's fine. Alright, and then I want the polished. Thank you. I should probably... Alright. I don't know. I think that feels pretty good. Yep. Alright. I didn't mean to grab that. What's this? Oh, whoops. Okay. actually think what I want to do is I want to, I don't know, somewhere else for the moment. It's not a long time, so I'm just gonna go there for now. And with this one. Alright, Alright. So, you know what? We still have some of this. Put this away. Alright. Alright. Oh. Structure into my... Alright. This goes. And then we'll add something else there later, but for now, that'll be like that. Alright. Alright. It was... which one? This one. Alright. I actually kind of like the idea of just, you know what? I know what I want to do. I was trying to decide how I wanted to light that up, but I think I'm just going to say 1, 2, 3. And then we just need this guy to give... oh, it's right. I need way more than that. I need 12. We have 12, though, I guess. Yeah, we have 12. Just so I can buy 3. But that's fine, because that's all I really need, right, man? Alright, Alright. And then what I want to do is I want these. Now, mind you, I already know it is probably way too dark in here. I do wish there was a way to do the lights that is there's like a light that's like an invisible light, right? Kind of thing. Nope, nothing good. But I was gonna say, I don't think it exists, so I was right. I think I want to do for the other side is I need some lanterns. I mean, I could just make a sea lantern. Because the pieces are not, I don't think I want sea lanterns. I think I want actual lanterns. Iron bowl. So if I make some normal ones, I think... Let's look through what we've got here. I don't think I can do... Oh, I could do these. But I don't really want to do that. Huh. Interesting. Oil lantern. I kind of like how that looks. I think that would be the best way to go about it. Alright. If they can actually float. Also... See, this is just too dark. I think actually putting this here, and here, and then... Then I'm gonna go ahead and quickly finish the rest of these. Alright. Right now, we have enough light from all the different things, but it'll need to be lit up more. I can just kind of make a little bit more. Alright. But I think it looks pretty good now. I think it'll do what I need. Or so I thought. Yeah, let's just pick this up a second. We do this like this, then we put this there, and then we just... that way... I messed up. Okay. It does look like this is just gonna need to go here and here a second. Yep. No, one of them can just go here for a minute. Must be both of them. Okay. And then this one can go here. Alright. And then I'll probably do something else there and all that, but that's just meant to be so that we can see. It looks pretty good. Need to sleep, but first... There. I don't know. I feel like it's starting to look... I don't know. Less like an actual... Like just a cave and more like an actual, you know... home. You could tell me I'm wrong, though. That's fine. I definitely need to light this up more. There we go. Huh. What do you know? But I just kind of wanted it to feel more... I also, in a lot of ways, just kind of wanted this to be more... How do I put this? I wanted it to feel like you could just, like, I don't know how to put it. An actual location, I guess. I want it to be comfortable. it feels like it's kind of been put together. What I'm probably gonna do here is I will put another one of those there. Because part of what I'm thinking is this way it feels like this is like an interior part of the farm and everything. Because I like that as an idea. Make it feel more, I guess, put together. Then I can just do... these here, right? That'll feel more like that, and I can even just add like a little space to that. Give it a little bit of color behind. Of probably the same kind here, realistically. Do the same thing here. Then probably change that. Look at this. Get out our, already have it down. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna... this never really went anywhere. I thought I knew that was how it was gonna come out. You know what? I don't want to fill it in. My torches. I know I have torches. Or did I lose all my torches? No, they're there. Alright. So just go there. And then 1, 2, ta-da! Doesn't that feel more in line with kind of what you would expect? Way up into here. I might even do something with this later. Give it more of a floor. In fact, I probably will. And then we just kind of have that like that. It should feel a lot more in line with an actual place to live. It was an underground kind of meandering kind of place. So then we'll want to do this up next time, probably. We'll see when that is. Finish this all. I'll probably copy that, and then like at a certain point, I'll start adding in villager homes again on the other side. This doesn't go on the other side look out forever. And that way it'll just come off looking nice. Alright, I need to grow more of this. But I hope you guys have a wonderful day, / night, / whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around, and Yeah.